Hello, everybody. My name is Magdalena Hasibeder, and as the head of the organization team, I want to welcome you very warmly to Vienna, on the screens at home, everywhere in the world, and here. Thank you for coming. And the first person to speak is our rector, Mrs. Ulrike Süch.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, students and conference attendees. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all to the symposium Battimento Realizing Its Potential at the MDW University of Music and Performing Arts, Vienna. We are very happy and honored to host this conference, and I welcome you here in presence and also everybody worldwide online. Be very welcomed. Our youngest department, the Department of Early Music, has set itself the objective of becoming an international forum where current topics in early music and historical performance practice are not only discussed, but also researched. The potential of Battimento lies in its ability to offer a holistic approach to both music making and musical education. It fosters practice-based research and invites musicians and scholars alike to engage in an interdisciplinarity exchange between past and present musical practices. Art and research can mutually inspire each other and profit from each other. Artistic research leads to the production of new knowledge and serves an independent contribution towards the development of the arts. It assumes a diversity of forms of knowledge and understanding. I'm delighted to welcome all the conference contributors who are willing to share their research, their artistic works, and their experience with this community. It's my pleasure to welcome our international keynote speakers, Robert Jerligan from Northwestern University, USA, Peter van Toor from Örebro University, Sweden, and John Mortensen, Cedarville University, USA. The Battimento Realizing Its Potential conference will combine music-making practice and pedagogy, research and performance practice. Over the next 4 days, we will immerse ourselves in the world of Battimento, bringing together a diverse group of artists, academics, and researchers. I would like to thank our hosts, the Department of Early Music and its organization team, Magdalena Hasibeder, Augusta Kampan, Erich Drexler, Jason Marmaras, Sobin Jo, and Dimitri Bondarenko, whose efforts have made it possible to bring together the Battimento community. This interdisciplinary conference is realized in cooperation with the Department of Organ Research and Church Music, the Ludwig van Beethoven Department of Piano in Music Education, and the Department of Piano. I wish you all an inspiring 4 days of lectures, concerts, workshops, and discussions. Please enjoy Vienna. Enjoy the MDW, and you should know you're always welcome, and we're happy to welcome you again whenever you come to Vienna. Thank you so much.
My name is Eugène Michelangeli. I'm the head of the Department of Early Music. So welcome. Welcome to Vienna, and welcome to all our listeners online and viewers online. It's a great pleasure to have you here at our department. And we are here, we are actually the youngest, as the rector said, we are the youngest department at this university. We opened in 2020. and from the beginning on, it was very important for us not only to offer a standard sort of early music education here, but also to try to develop and to become a real forum worldwide, let's say, about performance practice, about early music, and such a symposium is for us a great achievement to have you all here and try to connect and try to exchange worldwide on this subject. We opened in 2020, but we are here at this location only since a bit more than 1 year, and it's a very nice place to be because we are in the heart of Baroque Vienna, of course, and we are also in the building of the Ursuline convent from here, and the Ursulines were very into music education. This convent was created at the end of the 17th century, and from the beginning on, they did a lot of music and really invested a lot of energy and time into music education. So it's nice for us also to be here at the same place. And the Ursulines are, some of them are still here and laying down underground. And I'm sure they did practice a lot of Partimento. So let's see if they like it when we are now doing it ourselves. I mean, there was many people to thank, and I think Magdalena will go on thanking all the person who made it possible for us to meet here now. But a special thank also to the Erasmus Plus program, who made it possible for us to invite many people to teach at some workshops. So it's a great chance for us, and we are very happy that so much did work well with the Erasmus Plus. So have a great time. We will for sure meet in many occasions now in the next days. Welcome, and thank you for coming.
So let me take the moment and say a few thanks to some people, especially to my team that Mrs. Süch has already introduced, especially to you, Dimitri. You were the connection to the Institute for Organ and Church Music, and I'm really very, very glad that we could do this collaboration together in this house, because the Institute of Organ and Church Music has been here for a very long time. I've already studied here. And then the whole team, it was a great work together. And on behalf of the team, I want to thank personally Augusta Campagne, who is our mentor, let's say that, because she does not teach anymore here, and she does help us a lot. She did all the international conversation, and she knows how to do a symposium, and she hands over this knowledge to us. Thank you so much. You are our emerita honoris causa. So last of all, I just want to wish you a very good week together, a lot of talks, music, and working together, trying out something. And we want to start with music. 2 of our students do a Partimento by Pasquini for 2 harpsichords, for 2 keyboard instruments. It's a Partimento in D minor, and I think the second movement is your own creation, not by Pasquini. So we just have to open the lid, and after the music, it's a bit too early as I saw on the clock. I would suggest that we go on with the lecture, because Robert Gjerdingen likes a few more time, as he told me. So thank you for your attention, and have fun and a good week. Sorry, I have to add something. I forgot to introduce you. That's Tsuyu Yang. and Sarah Maria Pilvax, students of our department. Thank you very much. I want to hand over the microphone to our deputy head of the institute, Johannes Weiss.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome here in Vienna. The room is too small, that's very nice. First of all, I will close the lid. I have the honor to introduce our first keynote speaker, but before that, I will do also a little thank to, before all, Magda and Augusta Compagno for really being the heart of the organizational team. Thank you very much. But also to people behind, which should be mentioned. It's our secretary of the department, Berta Gutmann, and the big helping hand. And the big helping hand, Marco Primoltini, thank you very much. Should not be forgotten. Partimento, it's now 25 years that the word partimento is re-arrived in the world of musicians. And even my brother-in-law, Philip, who teaches at the Music University in Munich, he's a pianist and jazz pianist, has nothing to do with early music, uses partimento books and sources for teaching his piano students to play, meanwhile. So this is how partimento spread, not only in the early music departments, but crossed these borders up to jazz and modern piano. And a word of the 21st century is to embody something, or embodiment in general. This is everything's about embodiment, and this is very interesting because such subjects as basso continuo, as melody, harmony, schemata, etc. In the 20th century, these words were mainly part of a, let's say, more or less theoretical approach, theoretical teaching. And this is what Partimento changed a lot. Not only Partimento, but combined with basso continuo and other things, and practical solfeggio. It's the embodiment of this learning techniques, of to learn something with your body, to do it, not only to be on the chalkboard and to write it down. And this is, I think, the biggest change which is taking place at the moment. And now I come to our keynote speaker. I think he is one of the, let's say, of the most important engineers, background engineers, who did this teaching machine come to work anew, to get in motion anew, because it was somehow almost forgotten. And I'm talking of Robert Gjerdingen. So Robert Gjerdingen, thank you for being here. I think with your book, 2007, Music of the Galant Style, not the gallant style, maybe the galant style, was not the only one, but maybe the most important kicks which the practical music scene needed to really go to start anew. So you are known as Professor Emeritus of the Northwestern University in the United States, but you have taught in other universities like Harvard or others. So let's go into your field. You will do that of yourself. We will talk today, and that's very funny, about Johann Sebastian Bach, because also we will talk not about Johann Sebastian Bach. Very interesting. So I stop now to introduce you. Thank you for crossing the Atlantic. Thank you for being in good old Vienna. Welcome, Robert Gjerdingen.
No, but just, yes, but the original slide. Well, I will do whatever you say, but I still want to see the original slide that said Partimento on it. Okay. I just want to say, you see the letter R, P-A-R? Behind the letter R is the Capodimonte Palace, okay? Working on the walls of Capodimonte, the father of Cimarosa fell off and was killed, all right? Just to say, Partimento was made by real people, okay? He fell off the wall, he was killed. Now, the boy, little boy, and his mother, what can they do? She did the laundry, the washing, for some monks. The monks knew some people at the conservatory. They said, this boy is very nice, and we're having to feed him, so why don't you feed him? And they put him in the conservatory, and when he's 12 years old, we have the manuscript. He might be 13. We have the manuscript of him studying Partimenti based on Francesco Durante's Partimenti. It's amazing, really, that this is a living tradition, or a dying tradition if you're the father. But I just want to emphasize these are real people, and some of what I'll talk about today you can understand more if you think of a 12-year-old boy doing Partimenti. The 12-year-old Cimarosa could not have done Rachmaninoff's Third Piano Concerto. Okay. There were limitations to their abilities. But anyway, let's continue with my talk. Now, magic from the back, please. Okay. Letting go of J.S. Bach. I'm speaking today as a historian, cognitive psychology person, and ganz klar, the worst keyboard player in the room. But I hope to show evidence. So I won't play the evidence, I will show the evidence. And if you want to take a Fenaroli Partimento and realize it in the style of Beyoncé, I bless you, okay? But today we'll be talking about what kind of things were done in southern Italy in the 18th century. Okay. So I came to the Hochschule 50 plus years ago for only 1 hour. That's my total experience. I was accompanist for a tenor, and this is what he sang. It was a long time ago. So, could this musical giant be a bad model for Italian Partimento realization? After all, why? The Naples master Francesco Durante, whose Partimenti Cimarosa studied, was only a year older than Bach. They were almost classmates, you might say. So wouldn't they have the same musical style? Bach copied a Mass by Durante. Durante may not have known who Bach was. The arrow only went one way. Why? Lutherans copied Catholic music. Catholics didn't copy Lutheran music. The Lutherans were heretics. They were the enemy. Okay. Now, think about art in early modern Europe. Contemporaries like Dürer and Raphael. The artistic trends flowed north, not south. Okay. Slowly. Okay. So let's take a look at a fugue by Bach. It's in a horrible key, but Italians wrote in horrible keys too. The Lorenzini Partimenti from Rome, the Santa Maria Maggiore, go to 9 flats and 10 sharps. lots of doubles. Okay. I love this piece. I think it's just wonderful. In the Well-Tempered Clavier, the three-voice fugues are the most Italian. All right? But there is great complexity here. For example, there's two real parts here. And if we look at the Prinner schema, which has 6, 5, 4, 3 in the melody, and 4, 3, 2, 1 in the bass, we'll see, after we listen to it, how complex it really is. Now notice those notes are very clearly set apart. They're the longest notes in their context. The bass is on the downbeat of each measure. Okay. I think this is Andras Schiff playing. And understand, as I'm speaking against Bach as a model for partimenti, I just love this music without end. Okay. The level of diminution is 16:1 for the Prinner. In the 18th century, this is extreme. Okay. And even when he was the most Italian, the level of diminution remains high. If we would solfege this in the manner of Baraguana's recent book about Neapolitan solfeggio, it would be like this. We'd have the Prinner schema, and we'd have la, a kind of appoggiatura to the main note, and then amen, where in an amen fugue, you just say ah, and then at the end of the piece, you say men. It would be a la, da, 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 sa, da, da, da. Okay. It's beautiful. It's not a tradition that comes from Pachelbel or Buxtehude. It comes from Italy. Right? But the diminution is 12:1. Right? Now, Italians were almost never like Bach, even when they were Germans. Giuseppe Doll is from Bavaria. But as a boy, he went to Naples, and he became so Italian, a little bit like Hasse, that he became a maestro at the conservatories, the only non-Italian in the 18th century, to my knowledge. Here he's talking about 4 examples of a tied bass that requires, a 2 above the tie, and then it resolves. I'll just play the first 2 examples. There's nothing amazing here, but the level of diminution is 3 or 4:1. It's very simple. Now, interestingly enough, Doll does articulate the idea, the concept of diminution. In the first part, he's describing, this is a Romanesque schema, down a 4th, up a step, down a 4th, up a step. He's describing the figured bass, and of course it's messy, it's 5/4 and then a 9/8. But if you think about it more contrapuntally, it's a uniform sequence of 7/6 suspensions between alto and soprano, all right? And then what I think is so interesting, below he says, the same motion in diminution. And so he's going up a 5th, down an octave, up a step, up a 5th, down an octave, up a step. There's a certain level of abstraction here. But again, if we think about the diminution, it's only 4:1. By the way, the realization is taken note for note from Fenaroli. Okay. These are interchangeable parts. Now, Dole could perform like a virtuoso. This is a concerto-style partimento. Giorgio Sanguinetti has talked about these a lot. There's a tutti or ripieno at the beginning, and then in two voices, a solo. Personally, I believe that if we're talking about 13-year-old musicians, the solo is all they could do. They're not playing another bass part at the same time that they're doing the solo. That's just my opinion. And there's two examples of the Prinner schema here. I'm using that as a comparison, so we're seeing the same schema each time. Let's listen to this. Because I believe that a ripieno part should be similar, at least, to the solo parts, I've realized this in somewhat in the style of the solos. It goes on for 2 more pages. It's virtuosic, but if you look at the diminutions within the same schema and don't count note repetitions, it's only 2, 3, or 4 to 1. It's quite simple, really. Now, Bach could write 2-voice works with Italian schemas, okay? Here we have Prinner schema in the dominant, and we begin with a Meyer. Etc. 9 to 1. That would be the best sort of Bach to imitate, but sadly, American students at least often think of this sort of Bach. And I'll just play this because it's beautiful Berlin choir singing this. Gott sei Dank für diese Musik, aber sie ist gar nicht im neapolitanischen Stil. Okay? I truly love Bach chorales and play them almost daily on my harmonium, okay? But when I first heard them, these men were in political office. This is a very long time ago, okay? In my experience, the very worst realizations by today's students, and I'm speaking about North America, I'm sure that you're much better here, but result from they write Lutheran 4-voice chorale over an Italian bass, then try to add diminutions or ornaments to make all the voices wiggle for no particular reason, okay? And the results are not good. So let us see, what did 18th century students do? And here I must thank Peter von Thur for making a beautiful edition of the Gallipoli manuscript. Now, when I first heard Gallipoli manuscript, I knew where Gallipoli was, right there. It's one of the great battles of World War I. It almost destroyed the career of Winston Churchill, and it made the career of Gamal Ataturk. I mean, it was a crucial battle in the war. To this day, Australian and New Zealand soldiers who died by the thousands in this battle remember this time. But It's over there. Gallipoli, Hunestadt, on the coast of the Italian boot, okay, close to Bari, in the Kingdom of Naples. All right, so it's the other Gallipoli. Realizations, probably by a student of Durante, around 1750, according to Peter. Yeah? I say probably by a student because in my own view, some of the realizations aren't that good, but many are very good. If you look at the opening C in the bass, and then C in the three notes, and then down to A, up to B, down to G, it's the bass motion, down a third, up a step, down a third, up a step. Notice that for most of this, you only need one finger to play this. Okay. The counterpoint is minimal, and it's very appropriate. This is an excellent realization. But do you see how thin it is? Another one. So simple do, re, mi in the bass, do, ti, do, or do, si, do in the soprano, in B minor, then the same down a third, up a step, movimento, and again, only one note playing for much of the time. Okay? A simple movimento in the bass. When you see a rapid descending scale, so many people try and play the rule of the octave, you know, and do something fancy. Just parallel tenths. It works for Mozart, it works for Haydn. I think it worked for everybody at the time. A fugue. There's a 4-to-1 diminution of the da, 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 da in the second measure. But if you're waiting for the third and fourth voice to enter, go get lunch now. They don't. This is a 2-voice fugue. This is all you get. Okay. The bass is a down a fourth, up a second, or Romanesca movimento. And I think this is an example of this being a student, because the octave G, when the bass comes in, is the wrong one for this schema. And ordinarily, you're on the fifth or the third at that point. So I think the student just took a wrong path. It's a characteristic melody, but I would be very surprised if you find someday that this is by Durante himself. I think it's a student. And then in octaves, there's a Meyer schema where we go da-da-da-dum, da-da-da-dum, like that. Notice that there's a lot of for lack of a better word, there's a lot of air between those two events. That is the galant style. I mean, if you think of 17th century style, everything is continuous, okay? And a lot of students, when they realize a partimento, it's almost as if they're afraid to have a rest. You know, like if they don't play continuously, something bad will happen. But in a lot of this music, it's better the less you do. Now, speaking of the Romanesque schema, or down a fourth, up a second, here's from the Perfidia manuscript, which Nicoleta Paraschivescu found and published. She has had an arm injury and she can't be here this week. I'm very sorry to see her. She's one of the best students I ever had, and I mean, she was already beyond me at the point where we got to talk a little bit about things. But anyway, this is so good, I wonder if it isn't by Durante, but I have no evidence for that. But it's a really fine realization. But again, often just one note in the right hand. About 10 measures in on this one is the bass that Cimarosa worked on. It's where it goes da 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 like that. Now, Eric Boaro, is Eric here? Possibly? No. Okay. He believes that some fragments of Durante, like Partimenti, are from as early as 1707 to 1716. This is very early, okay? This is very much like one of the collections of modi, or styles for a partimento. So these were written down on the back of an aria, so they're like just jottings of someone. And this is the longest of them, but it's, I would say, completely in the Durante style. Sacchini and Paisiello went to Paris and were influential in setting up the Paris Conservatory. Okay. Fetti here is talking about Leo and Durante. And he said, for these students, they wrote numerous figured basses to which the name partimenti was given. Instead of striking chords following the French and German usage, these masters demanded that the accompanist have all the accompaniment parts sing in an elegant manner. In this connection, the Italians maintained an incontestable superiority in the art of accompanying for a long time. All right. So here at the Paris Conservatory, Hippolyte Collet published a 370-page book on partimenti. He was a student of Sacchini and taught harmony to César Franck. Okay? So this is someone in the middle of things. Here is his realization of a Durante partimento. This is Durante's modo, or style, for this situation. And you can see he's copied it very carefully, but not slavishly. So for example, recognizing that this is the modulating printer, he moves the top of the melody down so that he ends up on the third, in the third measure. So if we take Boiro's date and this date, there's more than a century, almost a century and a half of consistent Durantist realizations, which are thin. Even as late as 1855, Panseron, who had studied with Salieri and some other Italian masters, writes a realization. This is in a textbook, 3-volume textbook for pianists. This is a realization of a book 6 Fenaroli Partimento. And it's what I call a puzzle partimento. In other words, the second measure is the accompaniment to the first measure. And after you play it for a while, you realize this. And so as long as that is going on, Panseron gets this right. But the minute it changes, he starts playing chords in the right hand. And I think the later history of the practical harmony course at the Paris Conservatory was mostly about playing chords in the right hand in response to basses. However, as late as the class of Durand with students like Pierné and Debussy, they still called these works partimenti. Okay. Now, these patterns were crucial to 19th century piano improvisation. So here we have Kalkbrenner showing how to deal with Romanesque schema. In France, they always started up a fifth, and then they went up a step, and then I think this is it came from Catel, I believe, but I'm not sure. Anyway, let's listen to some of these. This becomes virtuoso pianism. This could have come from any Italian regola. Now we're in the piano world. Hold on to your hats. At the bottom, he says, you should learn many of these variants and then put them together with the previous ones that we've learned. And then he says, and you can modulate. Okay? But that was the program in the time of Chopin. Chopin once thought of studying with Kalkbrenner. So what about the Leisti? Let's just look at one of the keyboard pieces of Leo. These are variously called esercizi, lezione, toccate. We have a printer, then the modulating printer, a Monte, Fenaroli, comma, all the standard things. Leo, in some sense, invented a lot of this. But again, see how thin it is. It goes on for quite a while. We've heard this discourse before, by the way. Okay. We have the two printers, followed by a Monte, followed by a cadence. So this is really thick harpsichord music in the style of, well, I think there's going to be some Mattheson done here, but more of a North German. So be inspired by the Italianate Bach, but let the other Bach go, okay? Some suggestions. Emphasize only two auditory streams, treble and bass. Keep the texture thin, keep the melody conceptually simple. Bring out the schematic construction. Use imitations wherever possible. Just like Bach, emulate Italian models. Use ornaments sparingly, please. And have fun, okay? Now, let's just review this very quickly. 2 parts in 1. There's the subject, counter subject, and answer. Subject again. Printer riposte. Let's compare this with a Leo fugue. For every 1,000 people who, or 10,000 or 100,000 people who have heard a Bach fugue, there is one person who has heard a Leo fugue. Okay? And now there will be many more. I've scored this as if it's a wind quartet, just to help you hear the lines a little more clearly than it would be. Whoops. Apologies. Just enjoy the sound. It's a beautiful episode right here. Bach wouldn't do that. Interestingly enough, both Bach and Leo have a kind of two-level melody at the end. But Leo's subject is so much simpler. And if we look at the counter subject, notice that the second interval is 3, something 3, something 3, something. It's double counterpoint, the simplest kind. I mean, here's that low level of diminution. Here's an example published in Paris in 1772, a composer unknown, but it's an exercise in double counterpoint. And here's just a modern transcription. But if you count through, on every weak beat, there's 3 or 6, without exception, except for 1 or 8. Three, 6, 6, 6. So very much in the Leo tradition. They were central to the teaching of the Paris Conservatory for most of the 19th century. Okay. In the class of Durand, where Debussy was and other people, they completed the last Fenaroli fugue in 4 voices. Okay. Bach had a huge influence there, only beginning in the 1870s. Now, he could do flawless double counterpoint in a vocal style, but that's not the Bach that pianists learn today. So like the song I started with, Bach, Bach, nur du allein, sollst nicht die Stil meiner Partimento sein. Okay. And we are running a little bit late. So this Sarti fugue is at partimenti.org if you wish to hear it. It's from the late 18th century. He became important in Milan. He taught Cherubini, and the style of the Sarti fugue became the academic fugue of the Paris Conservatory. So there's a direct link. I'll just have to get through it very quickly here. Okay. Vielen Dank. Partimenti.org. It's all free and it's all there for you. Thank you very much.
Robert, thank you very much for this hint on Bach. You have been so fast, literally, that we now have really time, a long time, for all the questions, maybe related to this comparison between Bach and doing Partimenti and having always Bach in mind, because we all practice Bach so much that we cannot lose him. So open room for all the questions. I think we have 2 microphones. I go left and Erich helps me.
Hallo, Frauke Jürgensen here, invading from Institut 1. Hi, everyone. I was just reminded of a thing my first counterpoint teacher said to me. He said, if you start with Bach when you're learning fugue, it's like teaching a kid to swim by sending it up the 10-meter tower. And it's maybe not the best starting point. And I was also reminded of an example that we ran into last week into our fugue class. So my students are writing counter subjects for the first time. Okay. And I gave them a example from somewhere in Marburg that it's a Muffat fugue, and it's got this nice subject and lots of 16th notes. If you look at it closely, it's just 1 chord underneath. And we got many, many notes as a result. A little bit like what you said with writing the 4 parts and making them wiggle. And so I had great fun then showing them that the actual original counter subject is 1 note set along this entirety of the subject. So thank you for an inspirational talk that also ties in with so many questions of modern pedagogy and why we do things the way we do, and maybe why we should rethink them sometimes.
I was... can you hear me? Yeah. In the States, I was asked to give a seminar to advanced graduate students at a national convention. The idea was to get them, to interact with the older scholar and enjoy the convention. So we worked a little bit before the convention, and we got there. And one of my first exercises was, I played this in the bass. Okay. And I said, imagine that you're 12 years old, you're an orphan in Vienna, Naples. I'm in Vienna. Naples, and you are going to play the appropriate right-hand part. And I said, you can submit these over the web. And okay. I got such an amazing variety of things. I got some Poulenc, I got some Hindemith, but no one ever did this. Not even close. So, you know, things that were once self-evident have become, I don't want to say lost, but let's say misplaced. Okay. And so I agree with you. I've been in a lot of, both as a student and a teacher, a lot of fugue classes, counterpoint classes. And at least in North America, we make it so incredibly difficult. No one in North America, to my knowledge, teaches two-voice fugues, whereas the Italians did this all the time. A two-voice fugue, it's a game you can win. Whereas when you add in more voices, your odds of success go down very rapidly. Yeah, thank you.
Well, Professor, in yet another example of the Yerdigenian bon mot, you coined the phrase voices wiggling about for no reason. And I delight in all of these, and I keep records of them and enjoy them purely for the snark. But is there a serious point where diminutions must be more purposeful than, and if so, what would you say that was? Thank you.
Diminution is one of the great arts of the 18th century. I mean, in a book like Neat, you know, the Protestant musicians were writing hundreds of these things. But for a young student especially, I don't think that was really in the curriculum in Naples. I think they learned things from solfeggio, and they used the mental memories of their solfeggio melodies to realize partimenti. And sometimes they involve some diminution. But for the students, I think they were mostly remembering rather than advancing diminution as an art. But it's certainly important. But again, it's always the why are you doing it? I mean, that's an open question. When I was a freshman, I was at this new school that Walt Disney had built called the California Institute of the Arts. And I won't name the name, but a very famous European early music performer came and visited with us. And my classmates had put together a trio sonata performance. And they ornamented it from top to bottom. There was hardly a moment when they weren't going or. And when he was done, he was saying, there was a lot of ornamentation, he said. Why? They couldn't answer. They had no idea. They thought they were supposed to, you know. But I think it's a mark of a more advanced musician to be able to do that well. And of course, when it's done well, if you look at 18th century transcriptions of Corelli violin sonata performances, assuming that they're even a little bit accurate, I mean, the amount of decoration is staggering. But I think, again, that the very best modern players doing that do those very lightly and fast. So the core notes are still there and very clear. But look, I'm not the performance practice person. Thank you for your question.
It works. It's working, yes. Thank you, Bob. Concerning the idea of diminution or creating a melody, I always had this problem with students doing a partimento, especially, and I'm sorry to say, with continuo students.
They did too much, you're saying?
They cannot, or they have problem in finding a suitable melody. Instead, they tend to play chord and add frills and frills and frills and frills, but the melody remains static. So the problem is, from one hand, inventing a melody is different from adding ornamentations, and especially very fast ornamentation, to something static. It's a totally different set of mind. So, and I think that this is what we should really teach to students. So a melody is a melody. It's not a chord and with added frills. That's it. I don't know if you agree.
Well, I would say that thinking about the history of music teaching in the university, you know, harmony became a universal course in Anglo-Saxon countries. Everybody takes harmony. Nobody takes melody. You cannot find a class in melody. But it's a really important topic.
And about the fact that you're right, in Naples, there was not a thing like a course on diminution. But I found some interesting manuscripts on counterpoint. And
yes.
in one of them was of the teacher of Verdi,
Lavigna.
Vincenzo Lavigna, I was a student of Fenaroli. And, but I found something very similar in many other manuscripts. And they have a very different way of teaching counterpoint. They start with a cadenza semplice bass.
Yes.
So something like that. In two voices. This is the Ursatz. And then
about 4 pages of diminutions. Yeah.
and then with diminution in the bass.
Yes.
And when the cadenza semplice is over, they start doing it again with the rural the octave and with the moto del basso. So I think that diminution, they were taught together with counterpoint. And so it was their way of learning how to create a melody from few slow notes. Thank you.
I agree completely.
Thank you, Professor Jarnigan, for your wonderful presentation. And I wanted just to say 2 words from another point of view, because I'm a player of a melodic instrument and low string. So I play cello and viola gamba. And we have documents that testimony that also cellists were partimento players.
Yes.
And so cellists could now play wonderful chords. They could play arpeggio. This is a long question. Anyway, perhaps just to say that we have some documents for cello, and they studied so much diminution because they had to become the great virtuosi. And virtuoso means to play many fast notes in a melodic instrument and not long notes. So perhaps just to say that perhaps merging different points of view, also from a melodic instrument, this wonderful, how do you say, landscape of Neapolitan training could be more clear. just to say it, because next days we have also me and Robert Debré
That's right.
as melodic instrument players.
No, I've taught Partimento to melodic instrument players, and I always have them play the bass, and then it's complex, but it works. And I think it's a good way to teach harmony to melodic instrument players.
Thank you. I am Matteo Messori. Thank you for everything. I wanted to add something about the performance practice of this predominant two voices style. Of course, I'm Italian, I'm from Bologna, and I'm also Bachian. So, but somebody was before me in Bologna, a Bachian. So, for example, Padre Martini. And we know from Giuseppe Paolucci, a student of him,
Yes.
Arte Pratica di Contrappunto, there is a footnote, very interesting, where he complains, and these are, I think, words by Martini, we know through Paolucci, that Italians were able to play only with one finger for hands. And so that the good Father Martini had to write sonate d'intavolatura, and d'intavolatura, the Amsterdam sonatas, the 12 very difficult sonatas that became a model for Clementi fugues from the Gradus at Parnaso, I think. And this, almost impossible to play fugues. They need a pedal board attached to the harpsichord, or early Florentine pianos, because in Bologna were diffused, widespread, were more than two voices. But in Bologna, we have many manuscripts of organ harpsichord music from the late 17th century. I think the CC 292, if I remember good, in Museo della Musica, where there are only two voices, and we are around 1680, and many figures to play, like Gasparini tells in the Armonico Pratico al Cembalo, le botte delle consonanze. So a very strong, like rock music, chords in the left hand. And I think they were for the professional players, not for the of course, the beginners or the many ladies who played harpsichord. The normal practice to play the two-voice texture with the ripieni. No? And so what we see is only like a violin part. And of course, they played the violin and continuo sonatas at the harpsichord. For example, the Opus 5 of Corelli by Corelli is, of course, the second violino e violone o cimbalo, and they meant the solo harpsichord. There is an Amsterdam edition. There are many copies of it in Modena, for example, only for harpsichord solo. And they played feeling the part. So what we see in Durante, in the Naples school, of course, is only the external texture. But what they did a continuo inside the solo melody. And this is very important for the performance practice, I think, because Italians invented in that time the style of 10 voices continuo, and Heinichen was a little bit shocked after the Venice travel. So maybe, of course, last thing in Bologna, Padre Mattei tell in the Partimenti, go to theater to listen a good singer in order to play the right hand on Partimento. Yeah. So thank you.
No, thank you. As I said at the beginning, I was talking about a pedagogical situation where we're talking about boys from 7 to 16, perhaps, and what would be appropriate in trying to recreate that as a historically informed performance. But if we expand this to all of music in Italy in the 18th century, I mean, just the Pasquini pieces are really in quite a different world than, they're closer to Muffat than to Leo, for example. In fact, when I was preparing for this talk just a couple days ago, I went to YouTube and there was a Galuppi Mass that I'd never heard. So I pressed play, and there was a beautiful printer, 16:1 in the diminution. And so I suppressed this. I don't want to have contrary evidence. I wish they would take this off the web, because this. But yes, so there's an amazing variety of things that are being done. And also, Naples was just one center. You know, Bologna is perhaps the second most important center later in the 18th century, and the most important for the Paris Conservatory, because Naples was in rebellion against France when the Paris Conservatory was founded. So it was hard to hire the rebels. Yeah. Oh, Marcus, thank you.
So, working?
No.
So, yeah, there was just now this remark, which of course is open the question of stylistical evolution during the 18th century. So, what is your experience regarding evidence that this style that you were now presenting to us, this two-voice style, was deeply coupled to the development of the Galant style and to the later 1730s onwards?
It's a very interesting question. I don't have an easy answer. I'll say two things. Leo himself was one of the most important in the development of the Galant style that leads to Mozart, let's say. I would say Leo is maybe more important than almost anyone. Bononcini a little bit earlier, some others, but... And yet, you know, even today, if we think of a 20th century, 21st century composer, as a pedagogue, they can be very conservative. So the Italian conservatories were highly conservative. I mean, you maybe know that Conservatorio, they weren't conserving music. They were conserving little boys. It was an orphanage. So a conservatory was an orphanage. And they were very conservative in what they taught. You know, when I showed this, I called it, you know, more than a century tradition from the early Durante realization to Hippolyte Collet. But music changed tremendously during that time. I mean, Collet is writing at the time of the Chopin Scherzi. You know? So I think these were slightly, you know, loosely coupled. That a 1730s, 40s pedagogy continued through much of the 19th century. Fenaroli is contemporary of Haydn and lived through Beethoven's life. So I think it's entirely possible to do very Galant realizations, especially, let's say, Paisiello. I think with Paisiello, you almost have to sometimes. But this is a difficult question. Yes.
But so it's an interesting thing, this petrification of the Galant canon, which then rested through decades and centuries.
Yes, or imagine Claude Debussy realizing Fenaroli. I mean, yes, so I have seen a lot of conservatories in my time, and they, no matter how badly they do something, they will do it forever.
But without having any reason and knowing why they are doing
Absolutely.
this.
Absolutely. It's what my teacher did, and it was good enough for her, so it's good enough for me. Yeah.
So I have just a little footnote to the Gallipoli pieces. There are, I think, 3 of these pieces in the second book of the Gallipoli edition, where the link to the original Durante Partimento is unclear.
Yes.
You can't see where does it come from. And I remember that in the foreword of the edition, I still wrote that. I don't know what happened here. It could be compositions of the student. But I have figured out at least 2 of the 3. They are recompositions. So they are built on Durante Partimenti, but they are changed so much that you almost can't see it anymore.
I think that's the case with the Cimarosa version of the Perfidia manuscript. Yeah. It's not note for note, the Durante, but it's so close that it must have been somebody writing it out from memory for the student.
Yeah. But this information, where it comes from, is now in the new Durante edition that has appeared a few months ago.
Yes, Peter has produced a scholarly edition of Durante and will be producing an edition of Cotumacci, who probably studied with Alessandro Scarlatti. So it'll be an important set of Partimenti.
Hi, I'm sorry to go slightly back to 12-year-old children, but I was wondering, the first step in Partimento education, I have always assumed it must have been playing chords, like the rule of the octave and cadences. Do you think that's the case, and what would be the next step, or if not, what would be the first step?
Well, Fenaroli, was the first to publish lessons in what was plausibly the way a student would go. Because, Giorgio, correct me, but I think most collections are like individual sheets that got put together. That would seem to be the case for Fenaroli. What do you think, Giorgio? We have Giorgio here. We should ask him, really. Well, please ask your question again.
Yeah, exactly. Whether the first step would be playing chordally, and if yes, then what would be the next step? And if not, what would be?
Many of my colleagues, they teach Furno as a primer. I mostly agree, but I think that soon one should move to Fenaroli because Furno is not so interesting musically. They're quite straightforward and frankly a bit boring too. So I think Fenaroli is much more interesting musically. And the first book of Fenaroli is great for beginners. They are figures in first book, but once they learn to play Partimenti with figure, you can move to book 4 without figures. And I think, yes, Fenaroli is absolutely the best choice. Maybe you can do some Furno before. What do you think, John?
I do recommend Furno because I think it fits the modern era, and the information that he provides is orderly, whereas many of the other maestri appear to have supplemented the written stuff with a lot of discussion. And so, for example, though I admire Durante and Fenaroli at the highest level, many things are happening at once in each new Partimento. And that's not the case in Furno. Usually it's one bass motion at a time, which seems to fit what modern people want to learn. So what I have learned in teaching this is just how darn long it takes to internalize all this stuff. I just got an email a couple of days ago from a gentleman who's a big music fan. He's from Houston, Texas. He comes here. He's retired and his time is his own. He flies here to go to the opera. And he's a member of the Symphony Board of Houston and all this. So he's very into music. He started Rule of the Octave, I think, 4 years ago. And he wanted to learn it in every key. And this week he emailed me to let me know he had finished RO in 24 keys. 4 years, yes. So, there's a huge investment of time, so I always look at the simplest, most straightforward way, which I agree with Giorgio, Fenaroli is musically better, Furno is more straightforward.
And also I will add the small Partimenti found in Durante Regole. They follow very strictly the rule, as John just said, about Furno. And also Cotomaci, the Lezioni Cotomaci. Peter published just a wonderful edition of Cotomaci. And the first volume, I think, it is comparable to Fenaroli. Is pedagogical interest and difficulty too.
But in all these cases, would you say chordal realization would have been the first
chordal
step?
Realization? Well, there's a problem with chordal realization. You mean in en quatre, as Bach said, no, in four, strictly in four voices. This is not Italian.
Well, if you look at some suggestions for playing the rule of the octave, it's not quite strict, but rather varying according to the consonants.
It's not strict, in fact. Chordal realization is good for the first steps, but I think you should follow the advice of Fenaroli himself. You should play the partimenti with semplici consonanze first, and then with dissonances, and Guarnaccia added, and with imitation and diminution. So you can play with chords, but always keep an open ear to the top voice, to the melody. The melody could be good also with chords, not necessarily that the things are opposite. You know, if you play with chord, the melody is bad. If you play with source chord, the melody is good. It's not always true.
Just to come back to your question, we are discussing this in our team very often, how to start for the continual lessons. And I think that the thing is that we have to catch up a lot of time within 4 years. The children started at 12 or even earlier to sing counterpoint, two-voice counterpoint, of course. And we start with the rule of the octave, which is also a counterpoint of two outer voices, of course, and it embodies the students to do a lot in a certain style automatically, but we don't sing enough. That's your point. And I think it's just a very short time. 4 years seems a lot for a bachelor study, but to learn those things, you should start as a child. And I would be interested in what the students say.
Well, let me just throw in an alternative opinion. Alma Deutscher is a student here in conducting, and I started sending her lessons when she was 5. And I thought, she was very talented at 5, and I thought, well, at 5 she's probably like Cimarosa at 12. So let's start with the partimenti diminuiti of Durante. We never went to chords, ever. She has 2 operas now that have been performed professionally. She has professional management, I mean, a whole career. We never, ever did chords. I mean, think of how a child grows up. You really never take grammar and then you learn your language, but you already learned your language. So I think start with music, start with the diminuti, and go with that. And some will crash and burn, but I think they will develop a higher understanding if we don't tell them what the answer is. If we tell them that these are the units of music, and you must make music out of the units, then I think they lose the breadth of what those units are. You know, they're not things in the world. Saying this, I do assign some people the rule of the octave, especially if they're 30-year-old Chinese organists, because they're working. They don't have. I mean, the people in China. I teach this one excellent organist via Zoom, and he's in China. And so I'll have a lesson, and then there'll be 2 or 3 weeks, and then there'll be a lesson. So for him, that works. You know, he's fluent in organ playing, but I don't know. I would be an advocate of, you might say, just diving in the deep end of the pool and learning to swim.
Before we come to the last question, I want just to add a personal experience from my, let's say, learning young person. I was doing keyboard music or studying organ, etc. Beginning of 90s, so far away from that partimento was a common knowledge. And I have to say, from the now perspective, Bach blocked me a lot when I look back, because I was surrounded by Bach, singing Bach in the choir. You had this wonderful Bach chorals, as you said, you had this wonderful keyboard music, etc. And then it went to, in my case, to organ improvisation, to composition, etc. And you always had Bach as an example. So you even if you started to improvise at the organ, you had Bach, and the teacher didn't stop me from that. That's what I would say. And so I would have been. I came to. Well, I learned it anyway somehow, but it was really somehow blocking, because it was too complex as a starting point. It was too complex also for composing. I composed my first pieces having Bach in mind, 4-part complex voices, and I think this is coming to your beginning of your thing. So Bach is a very genius composer, but maybe he's not the best as a starting point for improvisation and composition. It's just from my perspective. Would have been glad that my teachers beginning of the 90s would have been more into partimento, but they weren't. They didn't know it in that time. So please.
So I guess then mine actually segues perfectly with what you said and with what Magdalena said and with your point at the beginning, which is the short time frame too in modern pedagogy, and that when we're teaching either a contemporary composer or a historical keyboard player or whatever, especially historical keyboard players, we're not just teaching them to be a good 18th century Italian, we're trying to teach them to be a good 18th century French person, and 17th century French person, and 17th century Italian, and 16th century Italian, and all sorts of things. And it's like being multilingual without having a mother tongue. And it's a serious challenge, which I guess is why we keep talking about these curriculum questions as part of the whole debate. So thank you.
Yeah, one little thing I would like to add about your question about the chordal, whether we should start with chordal rule of the octave or other things. If we look at the situation in Naples, I think it differs a little bit depending on where you look in terms of the chronology. In the 1730s and 40s, there was not a lot of rule of the octave going on in teaching. That's my impression. But it increases in the 1760s, 1770s, 1780s. And this happens when the level went down. So I think the rule of the octave was a very good tool to secure what was being lost. If you look at the situation with Durante, how he starts with the cadential point, pom pom pom, then pom 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 pom. And in the Partimento notebooks, you can't see what's really going on because you only have the stuff of the teacher. And you don't see what the students do with it. But the counterpoint notebooks give the answers to what was really going on, exactly as you told Giorgio about Lavinia. You see that there was a variation counterpoint going on. So every time you get a new bass, there is something new played by the teacher that the student has to imitate. So my answer would be, no, they start with counterpoint. But it's very, very simple, and it's based on cadences. So it's a variation counterpoint, exactly as in the style of the counterpoint notebooks. But they did it on the keyboard first.
So, thank you very much to the audience, to the teacher colleagues, to you, Robert. Thank you for your keynote lecture. And I think this vivid discussion here was a very good starting point for the next day. So see you at 4 p.m. after a little break.
Okay. Okay, I would suggest that we will start. So welcome to the second part of this afternoon's section. I'm Markus Grassl. I'm teaching here at the MDW at the Department of Musicology and Performance Studies, and I have the pleasure to guide us, as it were, through this session. We will have 2 lecture recitals and a paper, and the first 2 of these, will deal with Mattheson. So like the errors in Robert's presentation, we approach Germany now. And I have the pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Jean-Christophe Dijoux. As you all know, I assume a harpsichordist with a very broad range of interests and, of course, broad repertoire, which goes from the 16th century up to especially also contemporary harpsichord music. And Jean-Christophe had studied in Paris, in Freiburg at Breisgau, and in Basel, and afterwards he started a really impressive career, winning several prestigious keyboard competitions as for example, most prominently harpsichord competition in Leipzig, and is also member of several renowned ensembles such as Les Talents Lyriques, Le Parlement de Musique, or the Bach Collegium Japan. And as a teacher, Jean-Christophe is currently professor for harpsichord and fortepiano at the Musikhochschule in Freiburg in Breisgau, where he is also the head of the Department of Historical Performance Practice. Yeah, and we all are looking forward to your presentation. So the floor is yours.
So thank you very much, Markus. And first of all, I would like to thank, of course, the MDW for organizing that wonderful symposium. Augusta Campagna, of course. Magdalena, of course, thank you very much. And all the team, of course, behind this event. Yes, I will speak about Mattheson's Große Generalbachschule, which is one of the key works of the Basso Continuo in Germany in the first half of the 18th century, and also has, on many aspects, a lot to do with the partimento practice as well. So, this quote, das alles aneinander hängt, so that everything holds together, so to say, is a quote from the explication following the 4th Probstück of the second part of the second class, Oberklasse, of this work. Just to have a bit of context, so the Groß-Oettingen-Bachschule is actually the second state of a work already published in 1719 in Hamburg as Organistenprobe. And then Mattheson reworked on it and published it again, verbesserte Fassung, in 1731 in Hamburg. So we've got actually three parts. So a first part, which is a Vorbereitung, so a preparation, which deals actually not with necessarily with practical examples, but is more actually a kind of dissertation in a way on many aspects of the practice. And then you've got the second part, which is the Mittelklasse, the middle class, consisting in 24 easy examples, and then the Oberklasse, the upper class, with 24 difficult examples. So all these examples are actually single bass lines. So you don't, this is basso continuo, but solo, so to say. And after each score, actually, you've got an explication in which Mattheson deals with the different aspects he wants to tackle in the piece. So, to come back to this quote, of course, when he says everything holds together, he thinks about counterpoint. One of the most important aspects in the Groß-Oettingen-Bachschule is, of course, the way of using motifs which come from the bass in the realization. But it's not the only thing to which actually this rely, actually. It's also a matter of studying style. For example, this Probstück will be in the style of Lourdes, French Lourdes. This Probstück will be in the style of Italian toccata. This in the style of aria da capo from the opera. So, and dealing with this in turn, the harpsichordist or the organist just acquires some capabilities in a way in order to be a full common clavicembalist. So the genres are very important too. Of course, the way of playing, so the really instrumental aspect. How do I deal with this Notenmaterial, so to say, in order to make actually the harpsichord sound? And probably the most important thing of all, this is a step towards composition, because actually at the end, what's the aim of all this is to be able actually to compose, and at best to compose for the opera, which is actually for him actually the kind of achievement that any musician should look for. So when at the beginning of the piece, Mattheson already quotes actually Heinichen as the most important thing to owe actually in one's library and to study in order to be able to make your way through the Groß-Oettingen-Bachschule without too many problems, which means also that this work is per se a work for professionals. So it's not, we are not now in a dimension where we are beginning from scratch. One has already, when he begins with the middle class, one has to be able also already to deal with the basso continuo practice. So I would suggest to begin with a piece. I hope this is readable, but I wanted to. Well, generally speaking, I'm not always a fan of having music, on screen when playing music, because then you've got the eye working instead of the ear most of the time. But I think for today it's really necessary. So this is Probstück from the middle class, Matheson says in the explication, this is not a canary, so it's not a quick jig, but it's a slow one, so more in the in the spirit of a lourd. And he says, if so, we have to ornamentate the bass accordingly. So with long port de voix and short crackling trills. I will play that maybe to begin, and then we will we'll add some considerations on this.
It's okay. Can you read? No. Then you will hear less, but at least you can read.
Oh, thank you. So, of course, you can notice the key, which is not necessarily usual. We are in G sharp minor, and this is still the middle class. So one should be able actually to play in this kind of keys from the outset, so to say. And you can see at the end, you've got a different key signature with some flats. Exactly. So he's telling us you've got the choice. You could also write it with flats if you want to, but actually it's the same. This is, I'm simplifying a lot, of course, but this is the idea. So it fits actually also his theories, because he was advocating actually a tuning which would allow to play in all the keys, which is quite a recurrent thing in this region at the time. So. So maybe some little considerations, because actually the text isn't without problems either. For example, if you look at this, that I didn't do, it's quite surprising to have this at this place of the bar. I would be happy to discuss it with colleagues afterwards, but so I chose not to do it. This is, by the way, also one feature of this print that you've got sometimes also some some typos actually, so in the printing. And Matheson also says, and I will come to that later, that, okay, maybe my Bezifferung, my numbers are a bit small to read, but anyhow, if you are a good general bassist, you don't need them, so who cares? So, but maybe for now, the most important thing that I would like to stress is, of course, that, and this is what he asked in the explication, to use a motif that you had in the bass before or afterwards in the realization in order to make it work as an imitation. And this is what I choose to do here. So, so far from that, so according to him, actually, of course, this way of reusing actually motifs is very important. It can be seen at different levels. So here, for example, I took la dimba di la ti ta ta. So all this, so to say, I put it there, starting from the F sharp. But it could be, of course, more shorter motifs. We are now in the Oberklasse. So this is the piece opening actually the last part of the Große Generalbassschule. And as you see, we've got a lot of this kind of motifs in 30 seconds. And so on, and it's everywhere to be found. And I quote him because I find it quite interesting. He says, die schwarzen Noten, Zitat, zeigen vielmehr etwas Freudiges als Betrübtes an. Also, these black notes show more actually joy as something which is, in trouble. So please don't be in stress when you see them. Everything will be okay. Und sind lauter Merkmale eines munteren Gemüts, einer hurtiges Geistes und eines fröhliches Herzens. Also das hat eigentlich mit dem Charakter zu tun. Und das ist vielleicht auch one other characteristics of this piece is that he never, although of course he's got a very, florid way of writing, and I have to confess, as a French, I absolutely love the way he writes in German, and he never loses actually the aim, which is to serve the affect, and of course this is to be, put in connection with the other writings that we know from him, of course, the Kapellmeister, but not only. So here, with this motif in 30 seconds, he proposes in the explication, which begins there. So as you see, the piece is quite long, which is also actually a feature of the Oberklasse. The pieces are longer. I wouldn't say that they are technically much more difficult than those of the middle class, because actually the middle class is already very difficult from the outset. And he says, when we've got this spot in the bass, we could actually do that. Yeah, so... and so on. This is a very usual thing that he asks us to do, actually. still in this idea to reuse the material that you have in the base. We've got this spot in the second page. And here is the realization that he asked us to do. Well, he suggests us to do, because he always says, I write this as a suggestion. You don't have to do it, exactly as I say. If you find something better, that's very good. And what he also asked to do is to have, and I will come to that later too, to have the left hand playing full chords. So it would be something like this. And so on, yeah. So that you've got actually the free right hand to do everything that you want, and you still have actually the fullness of the harmony, which is actually seems to be something important for him and for also Hainichen, to not to be too, how do you say, too thin. He says less than 3 voices is not a furrow bass anymore. This is really a quote from this work. So. That's probably why. Although, of course, this practice is not new at his time. This is this Vollgriffig here, and here just one voice. You've got that in music earlier than that. So I guess I'm going to play it now. And to put it for you. Yeah, I forgot to say, of course. He could have carried on with the same thing. So you've got... He could have done... Which is not false, of course. But he lays a lot of importance about varying things. So he says, actually... die Abwechslung ist der Musik wahres Element. The changing, the variety is the most important thing in the music. And this is here also a quote from the Große Bassschule, which also tackles with this question. So I come to that afterwards. Let's listen to it. Thank you. Sorry, you couldn't have the end. Just a few further things. As you heard, I made some, arpeggios, also tremolo, sorry, which is also an important feature that you find immer wieder, always in the course of this work. He's not the only one, of course, advocating for that. Heinrich is also describing a lot of ways of doing arpeggios and tremoli. So this is what we find in the explication of this piece, but already in the middle class, you've got a lot of them. So this is from the very first piece of the middle class. So this is actually a thing that you find by Heinrich as well. Still this idea, to have the harmony being full and present. And these are the examples that you find only in the middle class. Only in the middle class. So it can be very varied, and he says, if you have time and if you want to explore in that field, please do. And I think this is already, again, actually, this idea of making actually the harpsichord sound and trying things out in order to make it fit actually the effect of the piece and also to have the plentiness of the harmony. So I will now move on. Yes, this is about because I began about this piece speaking of the imitation. So this is a quote about imitation. So we just saw in the former piece imitation on very small motifs. It can be, of course, on longer motifs. And this is the second Probstück, which are things which are actually quite simple in the concept, but I will play it anyway. And so on. We have to carry on that way. It could also be on even longer sequences, and then I come to the sixth Probstück of the Oberklasse in F. So as you see, we can find again these little motifs, but here in a different character. And I would say the trick here is to find where to begin the imitation and with what, actually. So if you look, actually, you can see not, necessarily trying to dive very thoroughly into the notes, but here you've got a changing of writing there in the second bar of the second page. And actually, this is precisely where we should make actually the motif combine, so that way. So this is the beginning that you have to play in the right hand, right? Whilst playing actually that on the left hand, also with full chords actually he asks. So basically, I don't know in how much it was possible, and I think it was still possible for the people of that time to have such, to be able to actually to foresee what they would be willing to do in the course of the piece. Okay, that fits here, so I can put that there. Of course, it seems, of course, for us maybe today not immediately obvious, but I think this is things that one can learn. So I would suggest that we listen to that too. So Mattheson doesn't ask, paradoxically, not officially, to put actually the motif that you've got on the bass in the second page on the first page. So I tried out just to explore to see if it's possible to do it, and actually it's mostly possible. So I would propose something, and we'll play that now. Sorry, that was the end. Yes, just a few further points. As you see here, suddenly you don't have, you've got a lot of rest actually in the bass. And he says actually one should actually use the material that you've got here in order to find some motifs here in order to get there. So I tried that with also a mix of that. And one another feature which is not always easy to tackle with in this music is also the fact that this bass sometimes denote actually more than just one note, but actually an interval in the harmony. For example, if you look at here, sorry. So you've got a polyphony, a hidden polyphony actually. Sorry, pardon. This is actually that. This is actually a 7 chord. And of course, once you've seen that, actually you recognize the sequence and it's more easy. But sometimes it can be a bit puzzling. So now I'm coming to another point of another feature of this work, and of Mattheson's views on music, generally speaking. Yes. So he says, the one who can't speak, he can't sing. Well, he can even less sing. And who can't sing can't play. So this is a quite famous quote. But these kind of things you find also all the time in the Große Bachschule as well, like this. The art to do a good melody is actually the most essential in the music. So, and maybe one has to make a little stop now and to emphasize the fact that Mattheson was also involved in the most furious fights of his time in music theory. He couldn't bear actually Rameau's views, for example, and he was really strongly advocating for the art of inventing good melodies and also for big intervals. Excuse me. This is also true even in the tremolo. He says if you've got a tremolo like this, it's not nice because it's too narrow. So he pleads for that with briefs, I would say, more. So in the fifth Probstück of the Oberklasse, you've got a place in the piece which is marked si suona, so one place. Probably in the Italian style. He says one can't actually describe the way it should actually sound. It should actually sound the most natural and not forced at all. This is, for example, here a proposal. So actually the bass is there. In the way. And also here, he also says the left hand has to play full chords and the right hand should be alone and play its solo. So I would propose to illustrate this in this piece, which is, again, not in a G sharp minor, but in A flat minor, from the upper class. And it's interesting because it's a real aria da capo. So you've got actually the ritornal there, which stops there. Here you've got the entry of the singer, till there. Here the B part, and then the da capo, ending there. So I will try to illustrate this with this Vollgriffe here and solo in the right hand. to end this contribution, I would like to actually, tackle a bit the question of actually what could one do actually with these 48 pieces as a harpsichord or organ player, because actually, in the end, this is the aim of the thing. What do we get from that? Matheson always says when he, for example, when he gives examples, I give these examples. They work, but if you find something better, please do. And he also quite regularly says, "I've said it one time, so I won't say it again." Of course, he says it again, but so I think he expects actually from us reading his work that we take actually some habits in the way of dealing with some bases like this. So I took this Probstück of the middle class, and I will end with that one. He says in the explication, this is actually bloße Übung. This is actually the only aim of the piece is actually to work on repeated octaves, because actually as soon as you've got this figure, you have to play octaves. So that way, right? And he says, if you want to explore and stagger actually the two hands, you're welcome to do so. So I will play it. I think it will be easy to identify. So, but my question was more here. Would it be possible to make out of this bass something more than a bloße Übung? So I tried out exploring with, of course, the octaves that he wants to have, but also to this what I described before, in order to make a kind of sinfonia con le trombe, because the key also fits this quite well, and I mean the writing is quite near to this idea. I mean, it's quite easy to imagine some trumpets there and some pauken, and he says when you stagger actually the repeated chords, it is pauked. I think this is probably the aim of the thing. Actually, not only to extend the musical, the sounding room towards the low register. So actually, in the same idea as a 16-foot on the organ, but also to have a more kind of orchestra dimension to the continuo playing. thank you very much. So I think this might be also the spirit of this work. Actually, once you acquire actually way of doing, the manière de faire, we would say in French, you can of course look at the former pieces with another eye, so to say. So that would be my contribution. I would just conclude on the idea that 8 years before the Vollkommene Kapellmeister, we're already there, actually, in the idea of the Vollkommene Klaviersensualist or the organist, because actually this is already composition in a way. Of course, you've got all the the reflexes, the language features that you find in the Partimento school, which are, of course, there. I mean, also in those regions at the time. But I think these matters, these mixes, so to say, with a kind of organ, and I would say North German culture of the organ, which makes it quite particular. And I also find actually this way of tackling the style and the different features of each genre quite typical of the Enlightenment, actually. So he wants to tackle actually everything, not maybe in the same spirit as Quantz will do later, so very methodically. There is still here a kind of plaisir du texte, a pleasure of the text that is quite typical of, how do you say, Hofmann, Cortegiano. You understand what I mean? So, but still, he wants to have a kind of overview of everything which is been made at his time in music, and the basso continuo is one of the means with which one can achieve this at best. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jean-Christophe, for this clear and vivid insight. And I completely agree, this was always my impression with this Matheson writing. That's kind of the idea of a kind of encyclopedic and comprehensive, giving a broad range about the whole music at his time. Yeah. So any questions or comments?
I have a question. Bravo, first of all, for beautiful realization, and thank you for a very clear presentation of Matheson's work. This connects a bit with this discussion we had before about simple texture and full texture with chords. You have moments of fast notes of the bass that you really cannot play chords with the left hand, but you also had slow notes where you play chords with the left hand. And this is something that you see also in Italian music, like in Alessandro Scarlatti. And he also does the opposite. So he uses chords on the right hand to accompany the solos of the bass. Mm-hmm. So could you say something about these differences and what if you can also do that with the right hand?
Yeah, this is interesting that you say that, because it's actually something that I experimented in one of my realization of the fifth Probstück of the upper class, when it was obviously a bass solo. And I choose actually to have full chords, of course, there, and to have the bass more ornamented. So I think at the end, because I have the feeling it's quite easy actually to land actually in some, how do you say that in English? Well, I would say some conceptions which are actually, just coming out of the oven, that we say in French. And I think the way, the flexibility between the different way of playing was probably greater than we think. I would, at least I would, put this question on the table. And I think at the end, the most important thing is when you've got this note material in front of you is to, okay, what is at stake actually? Where is it actually the most interesting? What would I like to highlight? And which tool do I have at disposal in order to make that? So, but I'm happy if Alessandro Scarlatti does that as well.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, yeah.
Thank you. Also for a wonderful presentation. I wanted to ask if you have anything, any comments on, you quoted at some point the phrase, less than 3 parts is no continuo playing. And these are clearly solo pieces.
Yeah.
So are they harpsichord pieces? Is it continuo playing? Is it something in between? That's my
that's interesting. So let me put maybe this again. Darf ich? Because I think it would be easier to look at so it's for that. Because then I can probably answer better to your question if we look at one piece. Yes, so let's do it like this. Non, c'est pas ça que je veux. Sorry, it's coming. Yes. This is the Bruchstück in C minor of the upper class. And you see this, this passage, right? So this place. He says here one should actually play in 2 voices. with third and sixth. So actually it does exist. And he says at the same time, actually it's in another context. I mean here, well, I mean this piece is quite much in the spirit of a, organ piece, and these kind of things. Sorry. Pardon. So that's this kind of things you find in the literature of the organ literature. And when he spoke about this less than 3 voices is not basso continuo anymore, it's not the same kind of texture actually. So I think again it depends on the context, but I think per se the 2 voices is not to be excluded absolutely of the. I mean, and if we go from the point that, as Heinischen says, well, implies, and as also Matheson says, that every solo piece is actually a very refined basso continuo realization. And so you look at the solo pieces of the time, and you've got a lot of 2 voices things as well. So I think maybe we tend to. This is a question that I often ask myself. Maybe we tend actually to put too much fronters between things, and again, that's actually the permeability was more big than what we think.
Okay, thank you very much. I would suggest that we proceed to the next paper in order to not to come too much out of schedule, but not before thanking once more to Jean-Christophe for his beautiful presentation. And I'd like to welcome our next speaker, who is Nils Pfeffer. So Niels is as a performer, active on a broad range of perfect instruments, so lute, guitar, harpsichord, which of course means that he is also by predestination, so to say, a keyboard player. And at the same time is a scholar who currently is active at the Institute of Musicology of the University in Tübingen, who also pursues a PhD project. And as many of you know, I assume, he has published an online edition of the Probestücke of Mattheson, and this will also be the subject of his paper. So welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So, can you hear me well? Do I have to get closer? Yes, okay. Okay. Yes, I'm very happy to present my project, Probstücke Digital, here. I've been working on this project since quite a while already. It started with my master project when I did my master's in Freiburg, 2019. I played in my recital all the 24 Probstücke of the Oberklasse, and my thesis was an edition, a hybrid edition of these 24 pieces. And yes, let's do that. So Jean-Christophe mentioned it already. Mattheson himself was not too happy about the print. So he wrote. You can read the English version. I will read the German because I'm not sure about the quality of the translation. Die Klage aber, so ich in der ersten Auflage der Organistenprobe wegen der schlechten Drucknoten geführt habe, ist noch in ihren vollen Kräften und die Geduld das einzige Mittel. So now we are 300 years later, and I think it's time to make Mattheson happy again and give remedy to his complaint. And also 300 years later, I think it is possible to provide maybe a little bit more than just a prettified version of the original print. So as I mentioned, this whole thing started doing my master's project in Freiburg, and part of this was a paper edition on the one hand and a prototype for a digital edition. And for that prototype, I just encoded digitally one piece, which is quite much work to do that. And during the last years, I tried to encode all the 24 pieces of the Oberklasse. So when dealing with the Probstücke, there are certain problems. I think it came clear already when Jean-Christophe showed some examples. There's problems or needs which performers have, and there's needs which scholars have. For performers, one obstacle for many actually is the Fraktur typeface, which many find hard to read. Then there's the language, which is obviously beautiful, but still hard to understand, especially if you're not a native speaker. Then there are these references. In his Erläuterungen, Mattheson always references parts of the music, and often he counts his own bar numbers wrongly, and this can be quite confusing because you have to see what happened. And also the way he's referencing is often not too easy to understand because he has a special terminology and it can be a problem. Then there are the clefs. Of course, they shouldn't be a problem for any of you here, but for many they are. He uses really all the clefs which he could use, from tenor clef to mezzo-soprano clef to baritone clef.
And last but not least, when you have the facsimile in front of you, there's absolutely no space where you could notate something, where you could do some sketches inside. There's no space to do your own notes. And then there are the needs of the scholars, or the problems of the scholars, the interests maybe, which is on the one hand a philological interest. As you know, there are two versions. There's the Exemplarische Organistenprobe, published in 1719, and there's the later version, the Große Generalbassschule, published in 1731. And there are actually big differences in the texts, not in the music. The musical differences are marginal, I would say. There are some, but they're really hard to find also. But the texts he changed them a lot. And then there's the historical interest. When reading his Erläuterung, Mattheson is often referring to some things which happened in the time and some fights he was involved in, some quarrels. And for us, it's often hard to understand what he means, what he's referring to. Yes, let's jump that. So I created a little wish list for what an edition should include. First of all, we want to have links, links from the text to the music, so that you can easily jump from the one place to the other place. And the links should be in both directions, so you can see when he writes something on a certain bar, you can get from there to the text, and you can get from the text to the music. Another thing on the wish list is to have to be able to embed the examples which he gives into the score. So he has the Erläuterung, and there are some bars he shows 2 bars, and it would be very nice if we could include that into the score itself. So score plus example should give that kind of thing. Now, different performers have different preferences. And an edition should ideally not force a decision onto the one using the edition, but leave the choice to him or to her. That means if you prefer to read from old clefs, you should get that from the edition, that you can use the old clefs and leave everything as it is, so to have a diplomatic transcription. Or it can be your choice to rather use a modernized, to modernize the music, which means that there are editorial corrections included, that you can use modern clefs if you wish so, that the use of accidentals follows modern rules, so they are non-repeating. An accidental appears just once in the bar and counts for the rest of the bar, or including cautionary accidentals. The figured bass could be regularized, so that it always follows the same kind of scheme. Now, early music performers have usually trust issues for a good reason. Trust issues in editions, not in general. So when you have an edition, it's always one of the tasks to check with the manuscript if there's something wrong in the edition. And editions are never completely perfect, and it's such a big amount of data that it's virtually impossible not to make any mistakes. So it would be very practical that you can see right at the spot what the facsimile looks like. So linked facsimile snippets on measure level. And I mentioned that in the problems already. There's no space to notate anything. It would be great if you could add an arbitrary amount of empty staves above the music so that you can notate as much whatever you like into the music. I'm actually considering, this is a little side note, that it probably should be also possible to have additional staves below the bass, not just above the staves, because Matheson sometimes he talks about Grundnoten, which are a kind of fundamental note, and the bass itself is just an ornamented, diminished version of that bass. So that could be a practical feature. This is just a little example of how that could be used. This is my sketches for realizations of the 22nd Probstück. I actually ran out of space. I thought 4 lines would have been enough, so I had to use the line below, but it's supposed to be above. And then there should be comments. There should be comments or guides which lead you through the text and tell you how things are meant. In the first Probstück, for example, he talks about when he talks about the black notes, which Jean-Christophe also mentioned, that they represent something happy. He starts the whole thing with jener Geistliche wollte die Trübseligen, etc. And he is actually referring to things that happened in Hamburg meanwhile, because that person, I can't read, Samuel von Buchkowski, published a collection where he mentions that simile which he's talking about here. So this doesn't come from anywhere, but this jener Geistliche is actually referring to some historical things that happened in the time. And there should be translations. Originally, I said it's often hard to get, even for native speakers, and at least an English translation is certainly helpful. Ideally, of course, translations into other languages as well. So at that point, I'd like to give a very quick tour, live tour. I hope that will work. Oops, okay, you're not supposed to see that. Anyways. So I'm at the moment in the process of developing a new front end for this. So sometimes I wanted to finish it for today, but I couldn't. And sometimes I will switch back and forth between the 2 different versions. Don't be confused by that. In the end, there will be just one version. So what you see here is the new front end. And let's start with the linking. You can hover on this marked part of the text, and you'll see that the related portion in the score is highlighted. Let's hover another thing here. It changes automatically to the right page and highlights the 23rd bar. If there was a mistake in his counting, then the links would be to the correct place in the score. And the same thing the other way around. Okay, you hover on something in the score, and you see that the corresponding part is highlighted in the text. And you also see now the linked facsimile snippets. So in the moment you hover on a measure, you will get the snippet from the facsimile. You can add as many staves as you like, as I said. This is very satisfying, actually, to you can modernize the accidentals and the clefs with that button here. So now you see we we only have a violin clef and a bass clef, and the original would be like that with tenor clef and alto clef. You can embed with that second button there, and you'll see, for example, this part of the Erläuterung is now embedded into the score. If you still prefer working on paper, especially when you want to write down something, that is probably the case, or with your iPad, you can export the whole thing using this download button, and you can even choose the format you'd prefer, if you prefer landscape or portrait, whatever. There's a bunch of options. And you'll get the done PDF of that whole thing. Okay. There's one feature which is not part of the new front end yet, but part of the old one, which is that you can have a look at the full page facsimiles. So when you click on that button in the current version, you'll get the facsimile of the first edition alongside with the facsimile of the second edition. Okay, there are some more features, but I will jump back to the presentation for now. So. At this point, I would like to give a very quick introduction on how this is done technically, without going into too much details. So there are two standards for scholarly editing music text or normal text, which are MEI. It's the format of the Music Encoding Initiative, and TEI. The thing which is different in that case, which is different here from, let's say, you type something into Sibelius or into MuseScore, is that there's a very clear distinction between logical domain and visual domain. In normal, conventional typesetting software, both domains are connected, so the information about where a certain note is placed, or what a certain note is and where visually it is placed, it all comes together into one format. In the case of MEI, those two things are separated. There's a logical domain and there's a visual domain. And we don't really care about the visual domain. We don't really care, at least in the case of a digital edition, where exactly the figure is placed. This can be done by software. We can calculate about where the optimal placement of a figure could be. We only care about the logical domain, so about the hard information, which pitch, which octave, and which duration a note has. And where it is placed, that's none of our business. This is part of a rendering process, which has nothing to do with it. And the most important thing now is that all these objects, notes, measures, staves, they have IDs, and we can use those IDs to do cross-references, to reference from the text to the score or from the score to wherever. So there's an endless possibility of linking things, linking objects with each other, and objects can be literally everything. It can be a word, it can be a letter, it can be a full text, it can be an image, it can be a part of an image, a note, a measure, whatsoever. This is a more complex example of what you can do when encoding those things digitally. You don't really have to understand the code, but just so you get an idea of how those things look like, this part of the code encodes two different readings. The first reading, which is the second edition, figures a 6. So that means there's the figure 6. And the second reading, the reading B, figures 5 well, a B5, and the B5 could be editorially regularized to 5B. So this is how the data is actually looking like, what we're dealing with. And what you see is just a beautiful version of that. Turned into something we can read and we can understand. So there's the digital encoding, and you can have as many different presentations of that encoding as you like, but the data always remains the same. Now, there are more things we could do when having a digital edition, especially when we are dealing with partimenti, or in our case, Probstücke. They are conceptually open and yet to be finished drafts. And a Probstück, I would say, is not a self-contained work, but it leaves plenty of space for creative inventions of the performer. And I think a digital edition should ideally consider different expressions of that abstract work, which we call Probstück. So the critical edition is one expression of that work, Probstück. But there can also be different expressions like recordings or realizations, lessons, analyses. They are all different expressions of the same thing. And what I was trying to do in this edition is to also find ways of incorporating that kind of material into a digital edition. Now, there isn't too much material yet available, but Jean-Christophe was kind enough to send me or to provide his realization of the fourth Probstück of the Oberklasse, which you can have a quick look at. Okay, didn't crash. So that there's nothing particularly interesting to see. Of course, the realization is very interesting from a technical viewpoint, but that could be just one expression of the work, which is of the abstract work, fourth Probstück of the Oberklasse. Another more experimental kind of thing which I was trying to incorporate, and I'm not sure if that's I think it's an interesting experiment, is to have transcribed lessons. So when preparing for my master recital, I had many lessons with different teachers, including, of course, Robert Hill, my teacher back then in Freiburg, and I recorded these lessons and I did transcriptions of these lessons because there were many interesting things happening, in my opinion. Very interesting ideas were coming up about how things could be realized, and I think it's something that should be shared and not stay a private knowledge which just remains in one room for a short moment and then it vanishes. Yes. And there are also audio examples of that lesson, which I will not play now, but you can do that if you like. There are further things coming up, forthcoming. I'm working on another representation of that digital data, which is, I call it Probstücke print. The idea is to convert the digital edition back into a paper edition, which might seem contradictory, but I have been asked by many people if they can have those editions in some way in a more paper kind of version. So the question now is how to convert that data, which is changing, which is it can change every day, back into a book form. And this process has to happen automatically because it's impossible to maintain two versions at the same time. You cannot maintain a digital version and do edits there and at the same time do those things in a printed version. So this experiment is to generate a high quality typesetting and with a very nicely looking layout to generate this from the digital data. The downsides are obvious. All the editorial choices have to be done already by me. And all the advantages we had with the digital edition are gone. The advantage that we can choose ourselves what we want to see. But this is how it would more or less look like. For those who care about technical details, it's first converted into a Lillipont score, and from there it's integrated into a LaTeX book. And this is how the text would look like. I'm not sure if you can see it, but you see on the left side there's the German text, and it's aligned to the translation on the right side. And all the editorial comments are inserted as footnotes. There's something else I'm working on, which I'm not sure if that's the right term. I call it index of techniques. So I think it would be very great to have kind of a cross-section of the different techniques, which basso continuo techniques, which Matheson proposes, which Jean-Christophe, you showed them already. So to have kind of a catalog of the arpeggiation figures, to have a catalog of things he suggests continuously, imitations, melodic lines, left-hand octaves, and so on. This project is open source. If you have a thing for technical things, you can view the encodings. You can actually also edit them online. You can the code for the front end is also available online. And this is the thing which is should be an invitation. Contributions are highly welcome. So at this point, it's mostly just the digital edition. But as I said, I'd like to collect material around these Probstücke, which means realizations, translations, or analyses, or whatever. And all kinds of contributions are warmly welcome. This is really not a it shouldn't be a private project of mine, but I want to share it to the world, and I have the idea that it kind of grows by itself. Yes. So to end, we now have the year 2024. We live in a digital age, and I think it's time that we think about how material can be exchanged and how it can be shared in the best possible way. And also, I think, in my opinion, 2024, there isn't really an excuse anymore to publish things only on paper. In my opinion, this is not we live in a new age. And we should use the possibilities which we have and find ways of using it for good. Yes. And if you have any ideas or wishes for what other features this thing could have, I'm very glad about any suggestions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Niels. Yeah, very interesting. Of course, very useful. I think we should take 5 minutes or so for questions and comments.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. Just one thing out of curiosity, I've never looked into Matheson, but we've heard before that he didn't like Rameau, and you mentioned that he sometimes uses Grundtonen. So I was curious pedagogically what it would mean for him. So I assume that the Grundtonen refers to the basso fondamentale.
Yeah.
So Rameau is kind of a thing.
I think that so Matheson and Rameau, they're kind of famous because Matheson says in some point that Rameau understood everything wrong. That Rameau thinks that everything is meant in chords and in harmonies, and Matheson says it's all nonsense. The melody is the main thing we should think about, and not the harmony. And what they both refer to different things when they talk about Grundtöne. What I was referring to is his explanation to the sixth Probstück in the Oberklasse, where the Grundtöne are really just the not diminished notes. So a sixth chord could be a Grundton. Exactly, and I think Matheson wouldn't really approve any kind of Rameau thought in his musical writing.
I mean, I understood it correctly. The musical text itself poses no real philological problems.
The musical text,
yeah,
rarely. There are, I mean, of course, when you go into detail, things happen, and there are differences. There are sometimes different figures, but it's not to an extreme amount. And there are also different versions in the same. So, for example, the print of 1731, there are different versions of that print, and there are sometimes slight differences, but it's once per year you discover one other figure. So,
and also when it comes to the accidentals, because I recall what Jean-Christophe said in this one piece where you have this perhaps doubtful accidental.
That would be very interesting. It's from the middle class, unfortunately, so I didn't have a look at that.
No problem.
But it could be. Maybe there's a version without that.
Okay. Yeah.
You know that when Matheson was publishing in 1717 his sonatas, he was not publishing the sonatas, he was finishing the composition, and then the sonatas came out 2 or 3 years later, and he excused himself and said that now it's 3 years later, I would have written all the music differently, and it's not more up to date. So I think Matheson would be very proud and happy of what you're doing and the interest you have for him, but probably he would say, but my God, my Probestücke, I would write them completely different.
But
and maybe one funny suggestion would be then we could have maybe recordings of Lars Ulrik Mortensen, how he plays the Probestücke in the 19th, or of Christensen, and we could have the history of interpretation, or Jean-Christophe like he plays today and like he will play in 20 years. Things like this.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be really highly interesting, I think.
Okay, so thank you very much, Niels, once more, and the audience. And we now go into a short break. When should we restart, Augusto? What do you think? So it's up to you to decide. Okay. Then we see again, at 5:45. Okay. So we come to the last presentation of today. Augusta asked me to point to the Wi-Fi password, which is a little bit hidden, but you find it on the sheet next to the door. So if you don't have it yet, you can see it here. Okay, I'd like to welcome our last two speakers for a presentation which they will make jointly. Markus Schwenkreis and Dirk Börner. Both of them share a common interest, which is historical improvisation, a field which both teach at the Schola Cantorum Basiliensis, and Dirk Börner also is in addition active as a teacher at the Conservatoire National Supérieur in Lyon. Of course, besides activities as organist and harpsichordist, several respects ensembles, and Markus Schwenkreis is also organist at the Dome of Arlesheim with this wonderful Silbermann organ, which you know perhaps. And I just want to mention a publication most of you know, I assume. That's a publication which was brought out 6 years or so ago by Markus Schwenkreis in this publication series of the Schola Cantorum, Compendium Improvisation, Fantasieren nach historischen Quellen des 17. und 18. Jahrhunderts, which is a fundamentally very comprehensive survey on the subject. So please welcome with me Dirk Börner and Markus Schwenkreis, and we are looking forward to the presentation.
Thank you very much for the greeting and especially for the kind invitation for today and for these days. I'm a little bit anxious about the theme because in the very first day to talk about departing from Partimento is a little bit too early. We should have had our lecture in the last day, but now it's on the first day. But fortunately, there were a lot of discussions already after the presentation of Robert Gördingen, which were pointing in the same direction. So it's not so strange, really, to think about what's happening if the Partimento's training wheels are switched off. And this is also the topic of our presentation. We are reflecting a little bit how we can use Partimenti from Kirchhoff, but also from Fedele Fenaroli to learn improvising and to learn to compose. And I think one of the most important things to do this is really to start finding these Partimenti as kind of toolkit which you can use, and you can use different building blocks from different Partimento and just try to bring them together in a new way. I would ask Dirk for the first part of the presentation, which is dealing with Kirchhoff.
Yes, just before starting, I'm not so good in English, but so I would like to ask, if I speak German, who will not understand? Okay, there are some people. So I try to, you have to stand my bad English and I'll try to forget it. Yes, Kirchhoff, Gottfried Kirchhoff, he was born in 1685, which is of course a very good birth year for a composer. So this is a nice thing. And besides that he was born in the same year than Bach, he also one time met him because they wanted to get the same job in a church and in Halle, and Bach, he refused this job, and Kirchhoff then later he got the job, and then it seems that at least one time in their lives they met each other because Bach came to this church, Marienkirche in Halle to listen to the organ. So at least one time they met. And another very important thing, I won't go into details of the biography of Kirchhoff, but another very important point is that Kirchhoff, he studied together with Handel, with the teacher Zachow. So this is really a very important point to know. So unfortunately, we have very little composition and works of Kirchhoff. We have 12 sonatas for violin and basso continuo. Some of them I find really very nice. And we have 2 cantatas. And the only opera which was printed is this ABC Musical. And yes, this work where we speak today, so the title you can see, l'ABC musical contenant des préludes et fugues dans tous les temps pour l'orgue ou le clavecin, fort utile aux disciples pour apprendre à accompagner la basse continue et à faire des préludes et des fugues. So not only to learn to make basso continuo, but also to learn how to make preludes and fugues. What does it mean? I think it means probably to learn how to be able to compose preludes and fugues. And I think this is the important point, also the wonderful contribution on Mattheson. We already were speaking about it. The situation was that the young organist, the young man who wants to get a situation in life, he has to be able to improvise fugues and preludes. And Mattheson in his Organistenprobe, he speaks about it really. He describes that there was a competition for this or that place to get the post of an organist. And so we know what was required, and it was required really to be able to improvise fugas. So this is, of course, it was very difficult also for the people in the time. And so then there are different ways to come to this point to be able to do this. One way was maybe studying all the Probestücke of Mattheson. And another very nice way is here Kirchhoff, who teaches not only the Generalbass, but also the fuga. So fuga in form of partimento. And yes, I make it very short because there are, I think most of you know it. The manuscript of this was lost very long time. Actually, we only knew that this collection exists because there were some mentions in books like, for instance, Abhandlung von der Fuge von Friedrich Wilhelm Marburg. And he writes, wenn der selige Herr Musikdirektor Kirchhoff aus Halle in seinen bekannten Fugen über alle 24 Töne die Gegenharmonien vermittels der Ziffern beständig angezeigt hat, so ist dieses deswegen geschehen, dass er seinen Schülern zugleich den Generalbass und die Art der verschiedenen Eintritte eines Fugensatzes beibrächte. Seine Absicht ist es nicht gewesen, diese flüchtigen Geburten als Muster einer wohl ausgearbeiteten Fuge auszugeben. This is slightly a little bit arrogant, so he says that Kirchhoff published this collection, but that his intention was not that these compositions very quickly made that they should count as real fugas. So we feel a little bit a sort of arrogance of Marburg. But once again, we have to think about the situation. There were not only people like Bach, but there were normal people like me and you who wanted to learn how to make a fuga. So we are not all genius, and so we need a way to do this. And I think Kirchhoff is a quite nice way, especially when we try to take the term of partimento not too closely, but as we know, partimento can be a lot of things. Can be a wonderful composition, an art composition, can be an exercise, and it's all this in the same time. So let's be a little bit free in our use of partimento. Okay, but this is enough as an introduction to Kirchhoff. I would like to have a look on the prelude and fuga in G major, which is, in my sense, a very nice composition, and I would like to show several things. First thing, you see a first phrase, and this first phrase then ends in G, and then it's repeated exactly in D. And it's repeated several ways, then with small modifications. This is very typical for a lot of the pieces of Kirchhoff. So we have a sort of ritornello. And the question is, maybe it's a little bit strange to play the composition like it is written there, and then we end with a cadence in G, and then pop, we do the same thing in D and in another tonality. So we don't know nothing about it. It's not like Matheson that we have nice commentary in bar 6, do this and do that. So here we are completely free. So one of our ideas we developed a little bit together in Basel is that if we have a situation like this, maybe we could add something, because it seems a little bit like a rondo or concerto, and maybe it would be nice at least to play a small transition or to even to improvise some new bars. Then the next thing, which is very typical and very nice, which I like in Kirchhoff, because I think he was a nice pedagogue, because he always shows some very systematic things. So, as of course here you can see in this partimento, we have the progression of the rising fifths. The rising fifths in major. So he goes from G to D, and if I play the simplified bass of the beginning, it's just and then he goes in this progression up to the third degree, and then he enters into another progression, and he enters in this progression because it's the danger. If you improvise, you know this progression, it's very nice to use it, but it's very easy that you go too far. Mit dem Quintstieg kann man sich versteigen. Ne? Also so you have to know where to keep this, and it's a traditional place of the quint file to stop it is really on the third degree. So then he enters in a sort of Terzfalltreppe, like we call it in Basel. Like a stair going down by thirds. The next thing is, so okay, we have this progression of, and they are basically in all the basso continuo and partimento sources, we have two standard harmonizations. One would be, of course, with the 5/6 progression. Or the other possibility could be with the suspension of the fourth. And so on. So these both progressions are kind of very typical, and they are not written in the numbers. So it's the first thing, you have to be a little bit free with the numbers. Also, I'm not sure that the numbers are really of Kirchhoff. Maybe somebody knows more about this. I didn't search about this, but a lot of things which were published in Amsterdam, very often they were published also for for amateurs, and so it was necessary to add numbers anyway. So, like we know it from the Corelli edition, and so I think we can be doubtful that the numbers are of Kirchhoff. And anyway, I personally take the liberty when I teach or when I play to show on these progressions all the possible and typical suspensions. Yeah, another very typical thing would be on this this we know from Muffat, but here with the bass it doesn't work. And there's another very typical thing on the Quintstieg. It is that in this progression very often we can use imitations. And actually it is amazing if you see this bass here, you could play the whole thing like a imitation in the fifth above. So this could be a two-voice, very nice two-voice realization.
May I just make a little comment? Dirk was not present when Augusta was making her talk today, so he didn't know that she exactly brought the same thing just 100 years before.
Okay, okay, great. So this is a very interesting thing. So we can do a realization with this canon, and I will do this and add some parallel thirds. I will play it in a way that it sounds in three voices, because I just learned that I have to play in three voices, otherwise it's not Generalbass. And then it's also nice to have a general view on the tonality he's using. So the first phrase is in G in the first degree, then the next phrase is in D major in the fifth degree, and then he goes to the third degree, and then he goes to the sixth degree, and he ends with the third degree. As it is a form of da capo, this is a very typical thing we can find in a lot of arias in the Italian styles, that when we have a piece in major, then the B part very often ends on the third degree. So we learn also general things, how to compose a piece, how when we later on want to improvise ourselves and we don't know what should be the order of the tonalities, we could take these pieces as a model, which I find very nice. Okay, this would be the commentaries. I will play afterwards, of course, the whole piece. Now let's go a little bit to the fuga, and I try to give some commentaries. If you have a look on the fuga, maybe you could change now. Thank you. You see that there's a descending order of the entrances, which of course is mostly the case in Partimento fugas. And of course, Mr. Mattheson, this time not Mr. Marburg, but Mr. Mattheson, when he writes in his Der vollkommene Kapellmeister about einfachen Fugen, then he jokes a little bit. He says, okay, these organists who play everything in parallel thirds, and then for every entrance it's going down, down, always the theme is in the bass, never in the middle voice. Of course, he is a little bit joking about this. But yeah, let's always have in mind that the thing was meant to give tools to learn how to improvise a fugue. So it's already nice when you know this. If you know this, then don't rest on this, then try to change and try to learn how it could be the other way around. So you have to go a little bit, you can go a little bit farther. Maybe you could show some sketches of, for instance, I took some of the counterpoints of the first counterpoint Kirchhoff shows us when the theme is in the bass. Oh no, I don't have to probably to use this. So it could be like this, and let's see if we can inverse this counterpoint, which is always a very useful thing, because then we have only one thing to learn and just we have to inverse it. So. And of course, as we were reading in the Vollkommene Kapellmeister that Matthiesen says, oh, these organists never entrance in the middle voice, then we try to prepare something. And we do something like this, maybe. So this could be a technique of, starting from Partimento and developing it a little bit late, a little bit further. Okay, I think enough talk. I will play this prelude and Fugue of Kirchhoff, which I find is a very nice piece. Let's go to another example, a very special example, maybe one of the most worked out and most artful fugas of Kirchhoff. It's the fuga in F minor, I forgot to say that, of course, the organization of the tonalities of all these preludes and fugues reminds a little bit also those of the inventions, two-part and three-part inventions of Bach. And we all know the wonderful three-part invention of Bach in F minor with the triple counterpoint, which is so. I find it kind of interesting. I don't know which was the first. Maybe this was first and gave the idea to Bach, or I don't know, or the other way around. But it's interesting that this bass, the chromatic descending line, the lamento bass, is of course very often used for very skillful counterpoints. So if we see the example, what kind of elements we have of Kirchhoff, we have in the first, at what we can see, he gives us a sort of counterpoint. We could call it a duplex, I mean a two-voice structure where we can invert the voices. And this could be then the first point also when you work on that you just create a two-part invention. I think would be a good starting point to not immediately, if you work with students, this fuga, not immediately try to make a complicated fuga, but just taking one element. This counterpoint is very, very important, and we have in countless pieces. So it is important to learn these things, this alternation of sixth and third, and to be able to use this. Then, of course, in the next step, we could ask, okay, we have the numbers. Once again, the problem of the numbers. If we see the numbers here and the 7 suspensions, we see that the numbers doesn't fit with the counterpoint he gives, because if you see the counterpoint, you think, oh, I want to go on with the counterpoint. And I think here, once again, the counterpoint is more important than the numbers. Or we could, this is a very special thing, maybe, but I don't believe it, but it's... sorry. That he meant this suspension of the 6 and the 7. Here, I prepare correctly my 6th, and here in the upper voice, this 6th will become the 7th. So every voice does something very correct. Then we have this 7 and 6 together, which we know from Purcell, which we know from Frescobaldi, which is a nice thing. But I don't believe that it's in the language of Kirchhoff, but could be an option. Then, of course, another possibility to add the third voice is that we use this counterpoint and we have one voice in parallel thirds. And then, of course, we can inverse the voices. There are a lot of possibility. So these are some sort of counterpoint exercises. I think it would be maybe a little bit dry if I show them all here. But one thing I think which could be important in this context is that this melody is also a very typical melody which can be used in canon, of course. And this is the first example here. And then you can, like we say, like we learned it, I think it was the word Rudolf Lutz was using, this kind of Deklinationsübung. We can try to inverse all the voices and to work it. Would be maybe a little bit dry to show everything, but there are some combinations that work. Others, sometimes they don't work because they have a 4/6 chord, but this gives us a lot of vocabulary. And this maybe before starting playing the whole fuga, it's useful to have these things in mind. Maybe one thing, Markus, if you could show the possibilities of stretta, is still once later. Yeah. In the end of the fuga, Kirchhoff shows a lot of possibilities of stretta, but his strettas, they don't work very long. He always has an entrance a fourth below, so he can do do. And then we are blocked. So then we have to, so it is sort of pseudo stretta. But there are some possibilities to make a real stretta. Actually, it's just over this bass to make your entrance in a way that the bass and the upper voice is a sixth, and then you can play a sort of faux bourdon, which sounds like this. Or another way of doing it would be of course, these are tricks and things you can find in a lot of pieces of swelling of English music. This is just things which were probably known by composers. So probably when teaching Partimento, then it's also the good place to show these things. Okay. Could you bring back the whole fuga? And so using all these counterpoints, models, the possibility of using the canon of this, and using stretti, I finally worked out a solution. And I could even have the first exposition like one voice, 2, 3, 4, and then 5 voices. And then I will do in the second phrase some strettas. And in the end, of course, strettas. And I finish with a vollstimmige Fassung, a little bit in the sense of Georg Muffat when he plays vollstimmig with more than 4 voices or 6, or filling up everything between bass and upper voice, but the whole thing really the result of a polyphonic technique. So I try to play my realization. So now we prepared another piece of Kirchhoff, but this time it's with two harpsichords, and I give the speech to Markus, to explain how we transformed things and what we did.
So we tried also to think about how to use such a partimento to play with two instruments. So we can see here the C minor prelude, and one thing that is a little bit disappointing at the very beginning is that the main theme is only 1 bar long. Which is returning later on in the second line. But then it's another progression. So one thing is really how to prolong this main theme would be just to double the cadence, something I will later explain a little bit more, just by adding a little so that we really get a nice main theme that has a very nice phrasing. There are some solos happening, and then is really a question, if we are two players, what does the other player do? So for the first solo, we just decided that I could make an organ point to this and so on. We try really to make job sharing. That means one is doing accompaniment and the other is doing the solo. If you really want to do this with your colleagues, sometimes it's recommendable that not both are playing the bass line. It's always the problem if you do this that the bass is really hurt and the rest not. If you do this, this is a perfect exercise, because the one who has to do the solo, who has to do a melody solo, certainly at the first time will realize that it's very hard to play the solo without playing the bass at the same time. And really, you have to learn this, that you're able to conduct and to invent nice melodies too. This is, of course, a largo, so we also inspired us by some concerto settings by Vivaldi, where there is a ritornello before the solo is starting. So I would also play a little unison or bass ritornello at the beginning and also then at the very end of the prelude. The fugue is always a problem, as we already mentioned with the partimento. We are going from the upper voice downstairs and one entry, next entry, next entry, mostly 5 entries, one after the other, which is of course a little bit annoying. So a very good thing really to get rid of this hunt of entries, of course, is to bring in some interludes, as in any normal fugue is happening. This is not a crime to do also in this case. I'm not sure why they are always missing in the partimento fugues, because it's obvious that you can do them, of course. And I think that's basically all. At the very end, we decided to make a little stretta. And of course, since I'm talking about Fenaroli, we will use the Fenaroli contribution to Robert, this type of this schema to make a little stretta on the theme of the fugue. No, I promised to talk a little bit about Fedele Fenaroli, one of the big, most important names in the Partimento world. He lived almost a century from 1730 to 1818, so still living when Napoleon was already vanishing. He started his career in one of the conservatories in Naples when he was 14 years old, studying with Durante and Pietro Antonio Gallo, and later on became the successor of Gallo as leader of the conservatory. I agree perfectly with Giorgio Sanguinetti that this is really, it's a fascinating world to have a look into these four libros, or if you start with them, it's completely enough. There are still the Quinto Sesto Libro coming later on with counterpoint studies. But these are already very interesting to dig deep into the world, and it's really methodically, you can really go stepwise through the whole exercises that he's presenting with vast details and things happening. Now, my idea now was that there are so many partimenti, of course, existing in this time, but if you look into the literature of the time of the 1770s, 60s, 90s, and so on, and you can see that most of the literature is a sonata, and mostly built up in a sonata form, but the partimenti are not. So I tried to now present an idea how to sonatize a partimento. And I'm taking this A major bass of Fenaroli. I'm taking an idea from Corelli, from one of his sonatas, to adorn this little special type of Pachelbel sequence, which is here. this was just to familiarize you a little bit with this piece. You can see the building blocks that are returning in different keys. Now, how to make a sonata out of it? Step by step. The first step is very simple. We are just putting in some repeating marks at a strategic good point, which possibly should be the dominant key, and also that the, let's say, the proportions of the two parts are 1, 2, 2. Then, of course, I would need a second theme. Second theme is, of course, something that in sonata in 18th century we have to handle with care. I just call it now simply second theme. I could also call it dominant section, but we don't care about this. Just an element that is returning in the first and in the second half. Now, when searching for an element I could use, I found that this Bassvorhalt sequence in the second half could fit very well for such a second theme. The only thing which then I found that this is very short, so I just decided to prolong it a little bit and to add a second half, which is then again making the circle complete in A major. Then, of course, we need some sort of recap. So I made it the other way around. I just took now the end of the second half with our newly created second theme and the whole rest of Fenaroli, which is completely kept original. And I now just copy-pasted it to the first half. By this strategic decision, I got rid of some problems that are in the original Fenaroli base. One problem is that we have the main theme with the Pachelbel in A major. Then we have the same theme in E major, and afterwards in the second line there is also again this type of Pachelbel Romanesca base happening in a variation. So there is nothing new about this thing. So I just eliminated this whole first part. So by this now, this is the most severe thing I did to the original. The rest is now just adding things. The next step now would be to stage the recap of the second half, returning back to the major key and to the main theme. This is this point here. Fenaroli does the most easiest way how to do this. He's just doing a cadence in F sharp minor, bringing in a rest and hoping that the harpsichord player or somebody else will do the transition back to A major, or at least breathe before he's just playing in A major again. So this step is something I would like to get rid of and put it into better scenery. The reason why I would like to do is this concept taken from Heinrich Christoph Koch, where he is describing sonata form. So it's, if you know sonata form in the modern way, how it is defined, there are some interesting things with this description of Koch. The most interesting thing is he doesn't talk about themes. So he's not interested in first and second theme or main theme, and not at all. The only thing that he is concerned about is the tonalities we are running through. And he just says in the first part, we are modulating to the dominant key. And before we arrive there, or before this first part in the dominant key is happening, we would do what he's calling a Quintabsatz. Quintabsatz, translation, very simple, half cadence. He says we should do a half cadence in the dominant key or a half cadence in the original key. Doesn't matter. just having a phrasing point on a dominant harmony, and then we can continue in the new tonality with the extra parts that are happening. And this type of quintupsatz, also doing a half cadence, is also advising us to do when we do the recap in the second part. Also, again, when this second theme is returning. Okay, so I tried to do this. So I made a little transition from F sharp minor to A major. And because I fell in love with this little element, this Phrygian cadence that Fenaroli is using only once in his whole Partimento, I said, okay, this is a very nice thing. I can use this and make some sequencing out of it. This whole thing is exactly what he did immediately after the repeat sign in the first line in B minor. Now I'm just doing it in A minor. So I'm just copying, pasting, building blocks from him. By this, I arrived then finally at this half cadence at the end with a nice converging cadence. And then I could make the restart of A major. Just to describe this a little bit, this is also from Heinrich Christoph Koch, a chapter where he is describing how one can prolong a musical idea by repeating elements. So I think you noticed already what I did was now repeating elements. So just to show this little thing here on the right-hand side is the whole material, and on the right-hand side, these other three columns is what he is creating out of these, just by using sequences, repeats, and so on. I try to play the whole thing. I will try to add a nice bass line to it, but basically it's the same thing. So you can write in the left corner, if you like, and just see if you can see where he is. So we're just quickly passing this by. You can see there are a lot of paragraphs written in, so he's explaining each individual idea, how he is prolonging this little thing on the left-hand side to this really big piece. And I just made a little bit also of this now in the first half. The first half is very short at the moment because the modulation to the dominant in the original Fenaroli is taking place in only 2 bars. And by doing and I'm just and I'm bringing in, of course, another quintuplets, which I will use then to stage the second theme in the first part. And I think now I just have to copy-paste the whole thing in the end. And I still have a little problem because now I fell really in love with this. And the only problem is it hasn't been present in the first part. And one rule in sonata composing is that the first part should present the whole material. And so I just put in a very short quotation of this idea in the first part, and then, of course, the second part will then bring in the whole thing. Short, very last remark. Of course, I also then added the cadence from the first half in the last part. Short remark to the original. There is this cadence written down. And this is not a misprint. These are really briefs, not semi-briefs, that are written here. Which means that you would have something which is really in this style, out of style, you could say. This cadenza doppia is for sonata of no use. Mozart only used it in the church music, but never in sonatas. But what I think is here, if you see something in the Partimento and you don't like it, just feel free to translate this. Here you are allowed to do any cadence you would like to do. You could also think of doing a nice pulcinella, which I then will do. So this is the translation of this. You can do as many cadences as you like. If you don't have any ideas, just look in Beethoven. So that's the whole thing, my whole arrangement, and now I try to perform the sonata.
Wir sind jetzt schon ziemlich über der Zeit. Ne? Also wir haben noch ein Stück, können wir das noch spielen, aber ich mache, glaube ich, gar keine Kommentare jetzt mehr dazu. Weil sonst, also wir haben das Präludium und Fuge in E-Dur, arrangiert für zwei, oder uns zurechtgelegt für zwei Cembali. Und bei der Fuge haben wir einfach gedacht, wir nehmen nur das Thema und spielen abwechselnd. So. Wir nehmen also gar nicht mehr das Partimento so, sondern wechseln uns einfach nur ab und fugieren über dieses Thema. Aber im Präludium, da kann man das doch noch verfolgen. Vielleicht. Genau, perfekt, ja, danke.
Bild ist schon weg, das Schlussbild.
Thank you very much. I think this is realizing the potential of Partimento, quite simply. Just a question to Magda. Do we have time for a few questions, if there are any, or should we proceed to...
Maybe for 1 or 2 questions.
Okay, are there any questions or comments? If not, I mean, there will be a lot of opportunity during the next 3 or 4 days to get into discussion, or if something comes to your mind afterwards, yeah, we can discuss that until Friday. Okay.
Very quick question. Congratulations for every fabulous expression of these Partimenti. I just remembered, I think, in the very first realization, these little interludes between the phrases. I was wondering whether you could. I thought they were charming. Whether you could say something. Was there a bit of Adlung or a lot of Adlung in them? Or
yes, exactly. The idea was a little bit Adlung. I forgot to tell it because he speaks in his treatise von dem Fantasien to play in thirds and sixths, and it's basically what I did. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Sorry for the picture.
Absolutely fitting, I think. Okay, if there are no further questions, then thanks again to Greg and Marcus. And when will we start with harvest time? 1:30? Okay, 1:30, so 17 minutes of break. Thank you again all.